Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I guess this is a battle zone if he's saying that. That's weird. Do we have fast travel points? I don't think we have any fast travel points in this city. So I'm wondering if we can go back to the back to Renna and Dana anytime soon. I want to do my arena matches. Get my defensive herbs. Morning, Snakebutt. Yep, we're now on the moon, which is actually a space station. I think you'll be happy to see that I've changed my accessory. I now have elemental attack plus 15% and then 4 times 15% fire damage. We're a big arsonist.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Gotta keep an eye out for secrets. This place is so artificial. Wow, no secrets. There are great places to hide in those little nooks and nannies.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
You got anything new? Grape! Oh, you can buy treats now. Remember. In case you were curious, the mine spoilers you mentioned back at the wedge was at the enemy that drops flame course's very next location. Yes. I got them. It's fine. Oh! More choices for our defences. I'll just put them into my list, because that one's a straight downgrade. This one's a straight upgrade. My money! They took it all! Don't really have anything to sell, to be honest. Got one new weapon in the list. Hey, you could actually make that. I'd have to go to the arena, I think, for rending Titan Fangs. Make that for her, but I just need to change her weapon.
You can never be too prepared.
Actually, do I even have enough money? I don't have enough money, that'll be why. I'm broke.
But did we have to spend?
I also have the Supreme Flame Claw, which is what we need the flame stones for anyway. So even more fire damage.
So much?
All of the meat. Well, I'm gonna hope we fight some soldiers here so we can get our money back. Is it? Yeah, 15. Got plenty of resources to cook this.
Turned out good, if I do say
I'm probably going to need CP going through here. If I'm going to have to heal some Renans from all the explosions. Alpha's artist tendencies is reaching new heights. Our new Burning Edge attack is also just a straight up and then straight down flaming burst. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Ah, you shouldn't have.
Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
Fancy armor.
Depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Hello there. Oh, I guess we're fighting.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Oh,
I am Lord Dohalim of Elda Menencia. I command you.
He must be a wraith.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
I only did half their health. What?
They want to fight, they got
I got a lot of health.
it's almost too strong.
Be my guest.
Here, let me help.
Searing gale.
More for the stock.
Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
I'm on it.
Need to pull myself together.
Demon Fang.
I'm on
Double Demon Fang.
Demons descend. Flashing fang.
Morning, Heck.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they're in armor.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit phased by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
Can you see their eyes through the
I've never
helmets?
seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign,
Or
and
an Artie.
Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
That's a lot of experience. Platinum dog tags, that's all you had to say. Still no fast travel points. Okay, now we have one. So, can we go back to... Yes, we can go back to Dana. So I will go and get my herbs for the hour. No doubt I want them later on. Especially with how close to death we're making
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Alphen all the time. Out of reach? What?
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
He was putting his hand on
Seriously,
Shion.
it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people. Does it ever get lonely sometimes?
Yes, that's a stupid question.
I
Get your
guess
foot in your
I
mouth.
never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
Alright, Zidane.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeri will.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Yeah, then you can pick up Rinwell and throw her off the cliff. I have come for your herbs. I think we're only like level 43, so I don't think we can do the 42. Pretty sure we can't do the 50 variant for the attack herbs yet. Put it in me. Now they've added a new one. Level 60. Got some new armor in there, though. So I'm pretty sure I died, like, pretty much immediately to this. Give me your herbs, sir. Burn to cinder.
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. Eat this.
Here's a healing arm. Winds of heaven.
Demon Fang! Double Demon
Glacial
Fang!
spear.
Severin
Do
Wing!
it.
I'll crush you.
All of these mystic arts are ruining my combos. How dare. Come on, finish your shit. You have too much health.
Double Demon Fang! Eat this! Win! Searing Gale!
I'll stop its tongue. Thanks, Kisara.
Double Demon Fang!
Do it.
Rinwell. Light burst forth.
Radiant.
Hello, Trev.
Will this help?
We got everyone this morning.
Eat dirt!
Think you missed.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Severing Wing!
Between heaven and earth.
Searing Gale!
Pierce the evil. A wailing banshee. Lightning.
My turn!
Talon
Double Demon Fang!
I never miss.
Infernal
Here's a
Fire!
healing arm.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Devastation!
Anything in order is all mine.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Take this! Strike! Double Demon Fang! Devastation! Rising Falcon! I'm not done! Demon Fang! Lost! Blow them away!
Put the herbs in the bag. I don't know why it just give me all three of them one reward. Why did God have to separate them out? He still doesn't have the same defense as Kisara. It takes so many herbs to get to her level. Give the level 50 a trial. See what happens. Death is gonna happen. You saw combat in Tales game once, this is blowing your mind. They change every so many games, so looking at this game's not gonna tell you what all of them are like.
We did it! My turn!
Whatever you do,
Stay away from the summoner!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
My turn! Demon Fang!
Yeah, Symphonia is very different. Symphonia is when they changed to 3D combat. Before, you just had one track. They also didn't have a fully 3D movement. You had to hold down a button to do it. So you're still kind of stuck to one track unless you held down button combos. Vesperia expanded it even further. Yeah. Apparently I'm smelling some bullshit. And since Vesperia, it's been going more and more. There was, I think it's either Vesperia or Cestiria, but they just went fully 3D. They didn't have to lock it at all.
I'll leave it to you. Wind. Swallow dance. Searing gale.
Will this help? It's weakened now.
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade. Demon punch. I'll smash you.
Here, let me help.
Burn. Swallow dance. Double demon fang.
There's bees! Not the bees! I've still got my buffs, that's fine.
Wind.
Sleep now.
Searing
I'll
gale.
heal you all. I'll be safe. This one.
Demon fang.
Blah blah blah. Magic.
Blah 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 magic.
Double demon fang.
Healing circle. This one's mine. Sharpness.
Now I'm in the. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
With the whole, always changing as well. Cestiria was partner combat. So everyone was linked to someone else. I think there was in Xillia 2 as well. Essentially you had a line of magic that connected all the characters. And you're kind of limited in range for where you could move because of that. But that game was all about fusions as well, so it's like combining characters to have different effects. Which I hated. I hate the partner system of Cestiria.
I don't even know the word defeat.
Demon fang. Now.
I'll heal you all.
Blade inside is yours to be let free. Searing gale.
Armor won't save you!
Demon fang.
Do it.
Totally. In an instant.
If this is the last wave, I will actually win level 51.
Double demon fang. Win. Thanks. Demon fang.
It's time to finish this.
Does this do it to you as well? Okay, there you go.
Consume
I can't remember if I ever played it too. I think I mentioned it before, but there are new people here.
Do it.
I really hate the linking system in Xillia 2 and Cestiria. It felt so limited, even though it gave you like 8 combinations. Okay, so I am able to do level 50s now. Now I can break the difficulty even more with just continually improving the elemental attack. I definitely won't be able to do level 60. We got anything here? Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's the red in time fact. And pepper. We got 99 pepper? Okay. Sure, I guess. I guess because he likes spicy food. Oh, there's the Mystic Crest. But we need to craft one, not get one, I'm pretty sure, for that. For thing. Kasara needed it. Yeah, we need to do hers for her, Ackle. Lures, whatever they're called. You bought Cydia on PS3. Maybe it's not meant for you to play these games. You just have them to look at them. Yeah, they remastered Cydia. Did they remaster Cydia 2? Because I did want to replay Cydia again. Because I cannot remember much about it. I remember you can choose between the male and female, but it only changes like maybe 5 hours of the game. Ooh, his give us artifacts. And his is horse meat. So it looks like all of their things give food. Yeah. He likes rice? Okay, would have thought that. Okay, they remastered Cydia 2. Shame. Is it because of a music track that they use that they can't relicense again, or did they not get a good enough response from Xillia 1 being remastered? Because if they remastered Xillia 1, you can't do the save share between 1 and 2, even though... Isn't the save share from 1 and 2 just, like, bonuses? They don't actually continue levels, because it's a whole new cast. We know of the same attack as Law. It took forever. I'm pretty sure there was like something similar to how Mass Effect did. It just loaded your save and it gave you like 1,000 credits in the beginning. Oh wow, the Platinum Dog tags are 2,500 each. I might grind out these fellas a bit then. In which case I might just spam Happy Bottles here. If I can just keep it blue all the time. In which case I should go into it happy because it spawns them as gold then. And I did check, the rare enemies is just the golden enemies, so the whole introduction of the system with the dragon ambushing you is a one-off, and it really oversells the system. That's not how it functions at all.
What's with that shining foe over there?
Hey, we got a gold one to proc in here. In which case, I pretty much only need one Happy Bottle for this, because the gold guy is going to give us like 100 score.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Can't get out of this! Win! I owe you one. We did it!
21 damage. Another dead.
Damn it, my turn!
Okay, these guys is a lot easier to kill with that strategy. It's just the defense guys have such a good reduction.
Need to be stronger.
139 score. Hey, there's a Dark Maze mood and a Renting Titan Fangs. I get it from this area. $95 uses until this is max rank. A nice bit on the remastered spree with Tales lately. You just took the lackluster reception to the Berseria. Remastered didn't dismay them. I really feel like Berseria needed to be remastered. It came out, what, 6, 7 years ago? The only way you would care is it's being more of a port than a remaster.
Go no further!
Do you require
None here!
Here, let me
Double
help.
Demon Fang! Inferno Punch!
These fists have got your name on them.
I think I'll pass on the handshake.
Severing
I
Light!
dare you!
Searing Gale!
Get the win! By the power of slaughter!
Still only did 12k to him.
I'll crush you.
What? The battle's just started and he has a Mystic Art already.
This Tenebrous
That took like 20 seconds.
Dragon Shell! Fang Bolero! Severing Wind! Severing Wind! Searing Gale!
I really owe you one.
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
No, you won't, because your charge isn't ready.
Here, let me help. More with that first aid! Blah, blah, blah.
Severing Wind!
In here! No more playing nice!
Searing Gale! Storm!
I've taken too
How dare.
Can't end here!
Don't give up!
Here we go again.
Resuscitation! Hear my call! Select red! Radiant here!
She used resuscitation, but then she got blocked out of it.
Not done yet!
I'll bring you back from death.
Double Demon Fang!
Back from death to
nice to fight the very first elite enemy again.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
I didn't gain any boost gauge because I lost score. Also, she didn't heal me. How dare.
This should be easy. Can't get out of this. Severing wind.
I can't let the Patriots do it!
In an instant. Impact claw.
Here's a healing on heaven and earth!
Come on, I can carve through wood. We're not finished. Searing gale.
Without a trace!
Now, ready to go. I'm not done. Here I come. In an instant.
You can just have a version with the downloadable content that's just in the game without buying it as well. As well.
Should make for some
Their
good
stores are
weapon
fucking
crafting
terrible, but
material.
also their DLC practices are also fucking terrible. You want to have all of these recipes? Ooh, 30 kinds of recipe. I need 4 more. Unless they already count in the DLC. Yeah, you gotta spend like $50 to get all of the different recipes, outfits, titles.
Man, I hope I live long enough to regret
Anything in armor is all mine. I won't show you any mercy. No, Gavin. Now, devastation. Rising falcon.
Light astral lantern, lightning
Severing
cannon,
wind.
flame of shadow!
Try harder. Demon. Double demon fang.
Raging storm!
You're mine.
Lancer! Now, let me go!
all yours, Kisara.
Will this help?
Light. Damn it. It's too fast.
Stand back. I'll trick it up.
Demon fang. Rising wind.
Will this help? A whirling winds of heaven!
I apparently went over limit, but I didn't realize.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone
Big boy.
making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
This would be a good place to just do circuits for the money. Because there's not a whole lot of dead ends and space that takes forever. Come on, do your attack.
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Searing gale. I'll crush you.
Lord, you just ruined my burning edge. I didn't get my damage from it.
Tenebrous claw. Dragon shell. Demon fang. This time. You're mine.
He doesn't have a break point.
I'm not done. Demon fang. Double demon fang. Rolling snap. Try hard. Non-kill. There you are. Try this. Inferno turret. Dragon shell. Severing wind. Searing gale.
I'll finish you.
Burn now. Try hard. Non-kill. Double demon. I'll crush you.
Already 2 Mystic Arts from Law.
Reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Was that did like no damage?
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Demon fang. Double demon fang.
Lethal spear.
Take it.
Here's evil.
Inferno punch.
Freeze lancer.
Try harder. Demon fang. Demon fang. Double demon fang. Try harder. Demon fang. Double demon. Time to let it rip. Demon fang. Double demon fang. Coming through. Ha!
Very half health, by the way. It's fine.
Scarlet Inferno.
He's dead
In
now.
an instant. Impact claw.
If it wasn't for these mantises, it'd be a much better area.
That was a little close for comfort.
I probably do need their Gargantua bones, but I don't think I can get around them. Hello there.
Not today! No further!
Thanks so much.
I'm on it! Severing wind!
Gale force. It's like keep up with the wall.
Take this! Double demon fang! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis. Here's a healing
Not
art.
here! Dragon shell!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! Searing
Pummeling to me.
Next! Now!
I hate how they could just dodge like that when it's an AoE. I mean, I know I can do it, but it doesn't feel like most of the time that the vines even stop them from moving.
Double demon fang!
Holy Ladle. Chain between heaven and earth.
No escape!
A wailing field now.
Struck! Quiver dragon! Demon fang! Double demon fang!
Now, hear my call.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
Well then, let's keep moving.
Herbs. Stones. Oh, this is a another load of stuff here. Sad you can't get to it very quick. I think this is a new material. Always got a proc of the additional stuff. And that's just the revival chance. Sad. Max HP for Alphen. He can kill himself more. Did I not get score from that battle? Really? I just lost it. This guy should be dropping me gels as well, I'm pretty sure. Don't know what type they're dropping because I didn't check.
Ow! Bring him down! Now you see what I can do!
You're mine! Searing gale! I'm on it!
How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Take this! I'm not done!
Chain between heaven and earth. Now.
Searing gale! Double demon fang! Demon fang! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis. Here, let me help.
Double
Whirling first aid. Here's a healing art. Winds of heaven. First.
Double demon fang!
Here, let me help. First aid. Cyclone. Dance in the wind. Air throttle bring you down.
Demon
whirling
fang!
struggle.
Double demon fang!
Here's a healing art. Winds of heaven.
come.
First force. Do it.
I'm doubling in an instant! Impact block!
So let me fight more dudes.
You're quite the gunslinger.
They gave great gels.
In this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
We've already gained 2 levels here.
Here goes! Not today!
Can't get out of this!
A whirling circle.
Severing wind!
Winds of heaven. First
They really don't give up.
Oh, they killed me on the down low.
I'll bring you back from precipice. Cyclone. Dance in the wind. In here.
The enemy will fight.
We'll soon see about that.
Searing gale!
Back into the first.
We're not finished!
Raging storm. No more playing nice. I'll heal you all.
Wind! Prepare to be sealed!
A healing circle. Thank you. Hear my call.
Demon fang! Double demon fang!
Here's the evil.
Demon fang! Double demon
Here's
fang!
a healing art.
I can carve through armor!
Double demon fang!
Illuminate the dawn.
I did see a mod that removes the battle chatter, but I don't know if it's just when they're speaking about background stuff or if it's when they call out their arts.
Here goes.
Take this! Report!
Don't push yourself too hard.
Didn't even give me any gels. How dare. Get a new Burning Edge. Or Flaming Edge. And next time we can use more health. This is Incineration Wave. So we need to change the art for this one. There's Vacuum. And Eternal Devastation. I think that one might be faster to use. Double Demon Fang? That's all you had to say! It felt like there was meant to be more in that zone. Transfer complete. Is this another floor of the dungeon? Oh, cutscene.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
That was quick. There was like
But
one
it's just a
scene, or
wall.
one zone.
How do we get through?
Punch
Whoa,
it.
we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen,
Yes. Oh god,
Yes! It
That-
opened!
that sounded terrible.
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
what?
What the?
Alphen,
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
Why's the audio sound
Choice.
weird?
Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori.
What's your name?
Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
Yeah, it's a beach resort.
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
No, she didn't.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think
Why
at all?
not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
You say so.
There certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
This isn't
I
metaphor.
can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you.
Beep boop.
Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
My boost. So it looks like there's a boss right in front of us because there's a healing point. Let's get some more tags because I need money.
We've reached our destination.
Especially since I need to make some new weapons. Only 8 tags. I would have thought I'd got more. Maybe got some new tier 5 stuff as well. I can make his new sword. But it doesn't give boost to fire damage, so I'm good. Give you this. I don't know what's going to be considered the ultimate book for the quest. Alright, I've used all my money again. Run it back!
Have you guys checked?
What was the new recipe I picked up? Was it a fancy parfait? Maybe? There goes the fancy parfait, which is good because it gives me an elemental attack for the Burning Edge. Grinwell has a terrible boost for it, so I don't want to reduce the effect. Flashbang! Ah!
For equipment lately?
I could use the save files as a indication of when the hour passes for the arena. So I need to wait until it's 50:06. So I could do the defense and offense ones for more herbs. Now, have the people respawned? Sounds like it.
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
I'm on.
Okay.
Lightning on it. Double demon fang. I'm on. Incineration wave.
Ooh, that's a nice one. Just straight ahead. That might hit more of them.
Incineration wave. Demon fang.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it has too much of a vertical reach.
In an instant. Impact block.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Just try and avoid them. Seems like there's less enemies. So there are set spawns, kind of. If I use this, does it just go back up to max? Yes.
Double demon fang. Engage.
Gonna hit you, isn't he? Yep.
Demon fang. Double demon fang. Storm. No demon fang.
It's definitely a lot faster to pull it off.
A comfortable win.
I'm already at the exit. There's like, what, 5 fights? Oh. Yeah, because also the mantises aren't in the hallway, the arches. Okay, one hit. Yeah, it's fine.
An opponent like this should be easy. Blow away. Try harder. Double demon fang. Incineration wave. Demon fang. Demon fang. Try harder. My turn. You're mine. Double demon fang.
I just need to be able to get them without getting hit myself so that they don't flinch me.
Barely a blip on our radar.
You can run through this area very quickly. It's just going to be an issue for...
We've reached
There's just not many fights in it.
our destination.
So it does seem like there are set spawns as well as just actual respawn areas. There's a lot of set spawns.
Let's dispose of the trash.
What's good about this is also I can do this at range. It looks like it almost goes to the entire battlefield.
Dance in the wind by the power of flame.
That was also an 18 crit, and I don't think that hit twice.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Let's see if they give me anything good all I care about.
Carve through armor. I owe you one.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
I'll tear you apart. Inspiration wave. Time to cross the lane. Try harder. Far enough. Now. Double demon fang. Incinerator. Demon fang. Double demon fang. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes.
Well, so that's 24 without sharpness active.
Here, let me help.
No further.
Double demon fang.
All good things come to an end.
Incineration.
Here, a chain between heaven and earth.
That could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
I owe you one.
Air thrust.
I'll bring you back from
Dance in the wind.
It's too much. Hold nothing back.
I'll heal you all.
Double demon fang. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
I'll bring you
Demon.
back.
You should keep that doing that, 'cause then we'll finish.
Kisara, all yours, Kisara.
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Gives a lot of magic claws and then a tier 6. Maybe that is still good for money. Didn't see how much experience it gave though.
No choice.
Where are you
Now.
going?
Double demon fang. Storm. Incinerator.
Still can't use all my health for this. Also, they just went into a lovely line for me there.
A showdown between blade and fist.
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes.
No. Double demon. Prepare to be seized.
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes. There's always room for improvement.
One tag. So I think I need the food buff that just gives me more item drops rather than increasing the chance.
I'll heal you all. Dance in the
In
wind.
a bind, prepare to be seized.
Air thrust. Winds of heaven.
Double demon fang. I owe you one. Struck. Double demon fang. Try harder. Demon fang. Double demon fang. Do it. Law. Blow them away. Now. Double demon fang. Blow them away. My turn.
Tempest.
Double demon fang.
Here, Swallow's flight.
Rising fang. Okay.
Nicely done.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
This phone call could have been a text. Do we have a food buffer drop? That's more dropped items. Yeah, more items. Only have one thing for more items, really?
This looks perfect.
With 30 recipes, you'd think there'd be more for drops. I wonder how many more we're getting with this. I don't know how close we need to be for the golden enemies to spawn. I can't hear them just yet, so is this the time to do it?
Ow! Take this! Double Demon Fang! Burning Strike! Incineration Wave! My turn!
26k with that one. It has a very good AoE, even though it is a line.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that... It's the case.
Right, here goes! Here I come! In a bind! Double Demon Fang!
He's gonna hit me.
Incinerate denied! Try harder! Not a chance!
I'll heal you all.
Burn! I can carve through armor!
Healing
Demon
circle.
Fang!
I'll tear you
Double Demon
apart.
Fang!
Illuminate the dark. Come forward. Here's your healing arc.
Doesn't always do my command sometimes.
A wailing banshee attacking. Here's your healing arc.
No escape! Double Demon Fang! Prepare to be seen!
Air thrust.
Incineration Wave!
Healing circle.
Demon
Here's your
Fang!
healing arc.
I'll crush you!
I guess I can't interrupt her current cast, which is nice, but also bad at the same time. That's good.
Healing arc.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Almost there!
Nether ray.
Here and now!
How dare I pressed it, but I can't cancel.
Here's a healing arc.
Double Demon Fang! This one keeps charging us!
That's what I shield for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Demon Fang! Totally! In an instant! Impact Cross!
I wouldn't think I'd lose score for that. Nope, I got it. That's fine.
Make new weapons with this.
We got 10 Manticore Steels. Maybe that it might be capped at 10, but we got 2 Gargantua Bones, which I think we already got 1 last time. Unless the food proc didn't work. I'm getting a whole lot of gold enemies here, though.
I won't forgive you.
I can carve through armor! Can't get out of this! Incinerator! Double Demon Fang! Talon Storm! Devastation!
Lightning orb.
Now I need to do it! Demon Fang! Now Geon!
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes!
The healing
My turn.
sword.
Damn it! Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up!
Waterfall. First aid.
Demon Fang!
Seal.
Dragon Shell! Burn!
I'll be
Double
saved
down!
by the power
Good
of
boy!
Shell. Here's a healing
It's
arc.
time.
Fire away. First aid.
No
Almost
further!
there.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'm gonna guess his Mystic Art is lightning damage, because it says weakness.
Blow them away!
So you probably want him elemental attack for the amount of times he uses his Mystic Art.
I can feel my power growing!
1 Great Jail, 1 Dog Tag, so it doesn't seem like it's really given us much for the food buff. I got another level on Elfin though.
An opponent like this should be easy.
By the power of that'll bring you down.
Double Demon Fang!
Here goes.
Incineration
Let
Wave!
me help.
My turn!
Purge.
Yeah, it seems to go to the far end of the map.
Leave the ensnaring to me. It's too much. Demon Fang coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet and
Nice to actually hit everyone. Wasn't expecting it to.
On the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds. We've reached our destination.
Got one dog tag from that run, but also got gold chunks, which is nice. So if the dog tag is 250, I mean the gold chunks are 3k. Not bad. I mean, if we get 10 Manticlaws, that's another 5k. But I guess it's fine to fight those. Great Drill. Drop rate is very low though. I'd slurred my words so much though. That's a good thing I did fight him because I needed some more Gargantua Bones for his weapon. More damage for him. I might have a delivery. See what that truck does outside. Huge truck. You got Gargantua Bones for her? I don't know where I got those Lumicores. I might have got those from one of the temple areas. She also needs 8 for that. She needs a lot of Gargantua Bones, so I need to fight those mantises quite a few times.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Yes. 40 more times. And she maxes out recovery. Alright, this livery's for me, so I shall bear it back. I've returned. I had a delivery. Now, do one more run of this area.
it'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
One more.
Incinerate.
Weird question, what server do you stream to? I think London, but I've gone back and forth with Auto and London whenever there's been issues.
In a vine. Demon Fang. Double deep.
Annihilation!
Not a chance. No.
How dare.
Can't end here.
Xion just yelled at us to don't leave her. Morning, Luby.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Not a chance. Try this. Explosive ring.
Ah, I comboed into his burning edge. I didn't mean
Push
to.
yourself too hard.
I lost grade! because you're trying to watch Mike's audio as well, and he is a stuttering mess. I mean, streaming to a server is just your connection. It's not what it would affect a viewer, I would think. I could check for you. I think it still shows me when I'm streaming, what I'm streaming to. Stream... output? I cannot remember where to look for the server. Maybe I can't see the server whilst I'm streaming, it might be a hidden thing. Oh no, destination, server, auto. So I went back to auto. I used to be in London, I think, for a time. It's gonna hit me!
Now I'm real mad.
Let me help.
How dare you? You just ruined it, Alphen. Alphen? Lore.
Tenebrous claw! Tectonic, I can carve through armor.
Lightning spear. I'll heal you all.
Incineration wave!
Chain between heaven and earth.
Charge like that. Could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Eagle's eye! Incineration
Let
wave!
me help.
There you
Double
are!
demon
Bang!
More for the stockpile.
Incineration wave! Demon fang!
Lightning orb.
Try hard not kick! Demon fang! Demon fang! Try harder! Monster! Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Well, when he gets punched down to the ground, it's a lot easier to do the incineration wave on him. Hey, good. Gain
No
score.
scratches on my shield or
I got 3 Guanji bones that time, and only 8 Mantic Claws. Maybe they're only allowed to drop so many items. Like 12. Either way, money. It could also just be a terrible day for streaming, heck. Like, sometimes streams just work as intended, other times it's like, streaming? What is that? And Twitch just says, oh no, it's not gonna work today.
I'll heal you all. Lightning
He slowly attacked me.
Not today!
eliminate gun out your hand.
Now you'll learn!
How dare.
Don't give up. I'll bring you between heaven and earth. Oh, Titan.
Double demon
I'll
fang!
heal you all. Dance in the wind.
Incineration wave! Demon fang! Double demon fang! Stand back. I'll trip it up. Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Incineration wave! My turn! Double demon fang! Strike! Double demon fang!
Now.
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Maybe it's just UK stream sometimes. Fair enough.
I felt better, that's for sure.
I mean, there is always an issue with distance, but I don't know. Sometimes Twitch is just shit because Twitch is shit.
Right, here goes!
By the
Double
power of
demon
flame,
fang!
finish without a trace.
Incineration wave! My turn!
Tempest
Demon fang! Double demon fang! No escape! Demon fang!
Here's a healing arc.
No escape! Try harder! My turn! Demon fang! Double demon fang!
Here's a healing arc.
I am done going back and forth.
Let's keep moving.
So it still feels like the, even though they gave a lesser variant when we were back in Vicint, that was just a much better area for money, because the fellas were more common around there. If only they had dropped platinum ones, giving me much more money. I got 1 tag from that. The drop rate is terrible. It's mostly to come from the other materials that get dropped. Not gonna worry too much about it. I'll get this just in case I need. Let's save the money. Because he doesn't have any title for stuff yet. And for what little it will matter, I'll put on the experience food. Is it tea? That's 4. I need a boss fish. Can't be asked fishing for those.
Thanks for waiting.
Hey, would you look at that? We can go do our arena matches. Oh, there is a teleporting training grounds. It's separate from Vicint for some reason.
We've reached our destination.
And we might not be in the right time, so like I saved before doing these. Nope, we can redo them again. Maybe it's from when you press it. I guess this is going to be a lot quicker now with this.
Get in, get out. Hear my call. Incineration wave. Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang. First aid. Incineration wave. Line free. Just sit still. Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
The lasers got me!
Don't give up! Shiny Supernova! I'm up! Where that came from? Hasten! Three! Answer! Hear my call!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! I owe you one. Strike! Rising Falcon! Double Demon Fang! An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Push it!
Wow, I killed them all! So I was like 2 because they're off to the side.
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Here's a healing
Nice
orb!
kick! Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark!
Strike!
Come for Holy Glow!
Double Demon
Holy
Fang!
Roar! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Fire's attack is
Catch it out of
crushing!
this! I'm on it! Talon Hurricane! Incinerate! Wave! Not yet! Rip and tear!
Confiscated!
Double Demon Fang! Incinerate!
It's in the
Wave!
wind! In here!
Yeah, that reached all the way up to them, so it's very good range.
Demon Fang!
Vanish without a trace!
Incineration Wave! This one keeps charging us!
So it would be nice to have another healer, but
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
it's asking too much, I think.
Incineration Wave! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Try hard not to hit!
Glacial
Double
spear!
Demon
Now!
Fang! Doubling! In an instant! Impact Rock!
First aid me.
Carve through armor.
First aid! Here's a healing art! Tempest Whirl!
Incineration wave! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I wish in this menu here it'd tell you how much faster you did it than last time. That took me 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
Magna Ray!
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Blast!
Wave! We did it! Demon
Here's a
Fang!
healing art! Full aid! Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing...
Just one-shots these guys.
Double Demon Fang!
Here's a healing art!
I owe you one.
Fire of passion!
On a run now!
Hear my call!
Rising Falcon! Demon Fang! Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Here's evil!
Why are my buffs ending so quickly? Are they despelling me or something?
Double Demon Fang!
Healing
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
My turn! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Not
a chance.
Armor
won't save you! Double Demon Fang!
I really owe you one.
Falcon! You're mine! Demon Fang! You're mine! I'm not done!
These fists
have got your name on them! Double Demon Fang! I'm on it! I owe you one!
Into the shadows!
No, why'd you move? Now you're at the range of the other wasps.
Incineration Wave! I could do without this pain! My turn! Try harder! My turn! Incineration! Not a chance! My turn! My turn! Thanks! Double Demon Fang!
Now I'm real mad! My will!
Incineration Wave! Take this!
A damn wasp moved.
Demon Fang! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes!
Wasp or hornet?
Demon Fang! I'm not done! Demon Fang! Stay away from my friend!
How dare.
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
That can hit me. No. No, yes it did. Oh, she needs 2 more uses of first aid to level up. And they'll be maxed out.
I'm real mad! Not done yet! Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave! Rinwell! Light Burst 4!
Radiant Genesis!
Now! Come on! Double Demon! Rinwell! Light Burst 4!
Radiant Genesis!
Gimme. Did that 7 seconds faster. Okay, the timer is when you finish it, so got an hour from now. Put that there so we have a timer. So 51.22. And then all of the drugs for Elfin. We can run it towards that beam of light and go to the boss.
We've reached our destination.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Need to change my strategy back to here, so saved SP on the run up.
Here's a healing arc.
Not a chance. Not a chance. I owe you one. Rising Viper. Enough. Devastation. Rising Falcon. No escape.
Eagle
Double Demon Fang. Demon Fang.
I really
Double
owe you
Demon
one.
Fang. Devastation.
To the fray.
Rising Falcon.
Mega ray.
Swallow Dare. Demon Fang.
All good things come to an end. Finish without a
No
trace.
escape. Double Demon Fang.
Barely a blip on our radar.
I need to fight this for the Gargantua bones, whatever.
No further.
Lightning.
Here I come.
Healing ray. First aid.
So I'm curious as to if any of these burning edges do more damage than the other.
Let me help.
Double Demon Fang.
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Incinerator.
Here's a healing arc. Seal. First
Double
aid.
Demon Fang.
More for the stockpile.
Incinerator.
Let me help. Light
Demon Fang.
Here, let me help.
Incinerate.
He's maxed! I wonder how much healing it does now.
Healing arc. Flawless flight.
Incineration Wave. Prepare to be seized. Incineration Wave.
Just spam Incineration Wave on him.
Radiant Genesis.
Any injuries?
Only Manted Claws. Wow. So before it was healing like 1500. It was a bit more. Hard to say how much. But I really want her to get a regen spell. She just doesn't have one. For now. Because yeah, it says accessory forged Mystic Crest, whereas her arena match just gives her one, so I don't think that will count. I feel like I just want to save her SP for the other titles for they give us. Easier over limit? Who would have guessed? I could have sworn there was a few games in the Tales series where you could actually look at the list of arts you didn't have and you could see what you needed to do to unlock them. Because she has not got a better heal besides first aid. Like, she has an AoE and that's it. Whereas Dohalim has a heal over time ability. Hallows could have crushed him with his lightning reflexes at 20 seconds and 25. Exactly. And so we're gonna hear and see. And then Rinwell will find something to complain about. Because she's a bitch.
Out of our way! Carve through armor! Double demon fang! You're mine!
Gonna hit me. Yep.
See what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me. Thanks.
We managed to pull through.
Let me go back to that room. Because regeneration would be amazing in Alpha, and just heal as I'm hurting myself.
Flashing fang! No! Ready and real! Double demon fang! Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Double demon fang! Incineration wave! Shion!
Get toasty!
Oh, that was a laggy attack then.
Devastation! Mighty Falcon! Here I come! Double demon fang! Here I come! Devastation! Rising Falcon! Strike! Double demon fang!
This one's got your name on it!
To action.
I think I didn't turn off my strategy for a
No
boss.
scratches on my shield or my armor.
To the best, to the best, to the best, best. No secrets. Oh no, I did turn off. That's good. Now, is it going to be a Dargon or a big robot? It's Naori! Or a clone.
Faria,
Oh
how
no.
did you get in here?
Wait.
They all look the
something
same.
about her isn't right.
They're mind controlled.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
What's the hell she even get in here?
You're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
It's a humanoid Dargon with no face. Those red crystals remind me of Borderlands.
A summoning?
It looks very similar.
Preposterous.
She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes.
You know, the creatures that come out of the vault. It looks like that.
I've never known Faria to control Zeugles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zeugles. Then we get some answers. Incinerate!
Just a straight up like 30k damage.
Let me help. Just
Double
I'm
Demon
ready.
Fang! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Searing flame!
Incinerate! Wave!
Yep, 30k.
Swallow Dan! Double Demon Fang!
He's already lost a quarter of his health.
Incinerate! Wave!
It's weakened.
This ends now! Double Demon Fang! Here I come!
Here's a healing.
Why have you not been healing me?
Action!
I specifically requested it.
Double Demon Fang!
Oh, it's Deathclaw? Yeah, of course.
All yours, Kisara.
Remember when bosses took like half an hour? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Double Demon Fang! Incinerate!
Jesus, that just did a quarter of his health. Was that 32k? Yeah.
That move.
I'll smash you! Here comes a big one! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Could you heal me, please? Do it again now.
Stay away from my friends! Demon Fang!
Take this.
I'll heal you all.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Double Demon Fang! Incinerate! Wave!
In a vine.
Your dreams.
I owe you one. Not today! Double Demon Fang!
Well, that was a quick boss. Yeah.
Radiant Genesis.
It really does feel that the game was balanced around Burning Edge for how it doesn't take an hour to kill a boss.
Now it's just her.
Yeah, kill her.
Faria, can you hear me? Faria.
She's preparing another summoning.
More
The
experience.
art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Alright. No phase 2.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Only Alphen
okay?
was.
Yes, she's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please, can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
Dohalim, you can heal people.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
No.
In that case,
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
Okay. How do we know we can trust him?
Seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
2 bots in a row.
Forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Even though you could heal
Glad
as
to
well.
be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting
8,000
You all
experience.
did much for her as well.
Oh, Lumicores, I need
I'm
those.
most grateful.
Oh, shucks.
How does Rinwell and Law have a higher level than me?
Let's move on.
What? How'd that happen? They have the same experience, but they need less to level up? Why? That's weird. I don't know why these characters need different amounts to level up. Alright, I want to see if there is some better healing arts for Shion, and if there are going to be requirements, because some of these do require like hundreds of uses. All these fucking pop-ups. It's Healing Circle. Okay, Revitalize is story-based, which is the advanced. Resurrection she just gets. She only gets one more? Revitalize for large heal? Yeah, I suppose if it just fully heals us. 4.7, 3, 1.5, so it's like 3 times, 2.5 times the casting speed time. Also, these arts doesn't even tell you what the stars do. They just don't know. There's no knowledge of how the stars work in this game. Let's see. Proficiency. Proficiency. Doesn't really say. It just seems like there's a lot less arts in this game. Like previous games, you would have like 50 different arts and then just don't know what to do, whereas this has the opposite issue of there's too few, so you can't really change from the status quo. It's annoying that how she doesn't have a regeneration spell, and Dohalim does. But I guess I would replace Rinwell, but then there goes my sharpness buff. And I can't give sharpness from anything else. I don't think any item gives sharpness. There's no items for buffs. Yeah, there is a lot less arse in this game. See, view character. Spin. Look. If this was a Gouda game, that would be so much bigger.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Yes.
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
I do like me a well-toned arse.
Getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Reveal to me thy secrets. When it comes to environment, conciseness and design, this game isn't very good. There's just so many wide open spaces, and then you have to really like narrow spaces.
Well, do you hear something again?
Yeah.
It's telling me that I'm a
that
cunt.
voice?
It hates me. It wants me to die.
Astral energy.
Ooh, anime. Oh no, in-game it looks like.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
It's alive! Oh, the ceremony created the thorns? It's chaos! I'm here to kill chaos. You'll be fine.
that was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it.
X-Def is there.
The end of time.
It is the end of the world as we know it.
If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
Why not?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling.
I got
just
a
like
feeling.
the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Damn, her shoulder bones are very pronounced there.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
They're thorns.
And their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Just use the Animus. Look into your DNA. It has your ancestors' memories in it. Gonna RP walk towards this teleporter. Okay, that was pointless.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first.
Have we got any new quests? No. So, the only way is forward. I don't know if we're going to have another boss fight or what. I guess we can go in as we are and we could just, heal if needed. Just in case, I could use Happy Boulders. It's not as if it's gonna break the bank.
Soon, I have to be ready to face. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
And we just go forward again anyway. Oh, it's a long hallway.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. Curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
Yeah, let's look at all these surgery tables.
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
My happy bottle gonna waste. Oh no, 2K. Where's Zordon?
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Yeah, I was about to say, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
Just powering the Master Cores. Or the
Even
ritual.
Supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
A governing body.
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
How long do you want to spend here reading it?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can. while we're here.
Oh boy, reading!
I'll do that.
So they've killed 10,000 people.
This is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
And then he told me the certificates will be important. The importance will be significant!
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all.
Got stirred?
I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Lords. Level 3 authority? What does that mean? Why is it just NA for the generation and the ethnicity? Like, why even note it if they're all NA? Ground is permanently halted. When was this addendum made? guessing this was all put on hold when Volrun was found. Intimacy? They gotta fuck. Why would you give me the herbs? I just want to improve my stats. Lenegus! They even know it was going to douse the residential zones, they just didn't give them any warning. Oh, is this the wedge? Yeah. Okay, so this... We destroyed the wedge before. But... We were on Dana. We were on Rena with that. That's... Okay, I don't know what that's meant to be. They set the wedge to the same place twice. Sedative mask? Is that what we're putting? Just say head, not just face. And they no longer made any more. Alright, that didn't really tell us much. Okay, so the mind control was just Volrun. Interessant. Oh. Okay, so they have to shut down this area. Got nothing to say about all these pods in the side. Hey, chest! Ooh, grape gel. Hopefully those don't have expiration dates. It's my room! Three life bowls, okay. Seems kind of random. Another vision. Just gonna show our rampage.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Now everyone's seen me naked.
Worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
What a
Even
warfare.
with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result.
We did for a while.
But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Where's all their fighting? I can almost go back to the arena. They like their plants, don't they? Even though it looks all synthetic. Looks like a boss room. A chest! A chest! Alright. This looks like the same kind of stuff they had in the Wedge. Twin Worlds. Yep, same stuff as in the Wedge.
We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
It also changed from the Thorns, I think.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
What are you doing?
Naori.
That ass.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
Lenegis is secretly a space alien.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion.
It's Kula Targan.
When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
How dare! They stripped me!
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And show off tits.
They appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
Looks like it gave me a new sword as well.
Makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
Yes.
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
Your boob window tells me so.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
Get your old hairstyle back.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Maybe that's why she likes blue.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop.
I mean, the reports did say the chance of success increases with their intimacy.
Thank you, Naori.
There's a good thing Alphen's in love with Shion on the other side, too. The highest sick chance.
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible.
And then they can fuck.
The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Like me.
It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
His new outfit suits his hairstyle better. He doesn't look weird anymore. Or AG. Revitalize! 80 CP? You think I'm swimming in it? I mean, that's going to be 40% less. So 10 for 8, 16, 32. So that's 32 less. 32 from that would be 50, 48. Maths. It says all HP, so I guess it might be faster. Because I have to cast First Aid twice, maybe 3 times for Alphen. But that's still going to be 7, 14, 18, 21 if I'm in battle. So this would be very shit to use out of battle for how much CP it costs. A what you say? Okay. I wonder how much this gives, because the other skill we have for the food buff is 2. So is this just another 2 for 4? I wish I'd saved her SP. Well, gunning for that. Want more CP reduction, or increase. So dial Artalis Artphilus. Will given to the Chosen Sovereign, it draws out their latent power. And the outfit. Ooh, a fancy new picture for everybody. Though it kind of looks like Shion is looking down on us. How much of a boost is that? It's about 70 to 80. Looks nice, but it doesn't have a enhanced arts thing. But I don't know what enhanced arts does. Like, what percentage is it? And if I look online, I don't think it's going to tell me. This outfit suits Alphen's unmasked face way better than this Synclaver armor does. Yeah. Especially since the Synclaver is just too bulky for him. It makes his head look smaller as well. Boosted damage, doesn't say. So it looks like it's 15%. So I might be better off going for the higher damage weapon. Oh nope, somebody says 50%. So I might stick to Supreme Flameclaw. I really wish somebody could just look at the code and then see what this does. There's another Steam post. Anywhere from 30 to 50%. Alright. So the sword looks better, so we can go back to this for the flame boost, but I'll have this as the skin, I think. His armor boost was another 70 to 80, so that's just a big jump. So regardless of if you're grinding or whatever, story progression just gives you higher tier stuff. I think first, you didn't get a new weapon though. Yeah, well, that's still showing as new. I need to equip it. Yeah, because this, I think it might be the, like the shoulder pads, they're too wide for his head. Whereas this just fits him better. It's also white on white, so it's not a clash of colours. This is in a weird order. The Gale Wing looks nice. That is it, isn't it? That's Soldale. Yeah. No new title for Alphen. Hey, he's got a new image! Looks nice. We did all lights that merged from the wedge. Man! I've got to be like level 50 to 60 for that. Looks like she doesn't have that one though. It's a sub-quest still not unlocked. Silver Marlin. Novice. Advanced. What do you get more artifacts? The artifacts are very slow to attain.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
And killed
Not
10,000
only
other
that,
people.
But she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Really? Just one skit? Fair enough. Also, that's a very nice cape. It might be the split in the middle or just how it's, like, shaped, but that suits them very well. They did a good job with this outfit. Any secrets? Second, no, we go north. All of Alphen's outfits have been consistently good. I think this is also the game in the Tales series with the highest amount of outfit changes. You normally only get like 1 or 2 at most, but he's had 4. Because we started with Ragged, which is what he was for being a prisoner. And it still reminds me of the character from the Prince of Persia reboot. I don't know if they ever gave him a name. Then we had his Rebel armor. Which kind of looks like he's a seafarer. And this is kind of nice. There's a lot of layers going into it. They made Sin Cleaver, which was fine. Like, as far as just armor goes, it's good armor, but it still kind of looks weird with his head. It's got a lot of effects. It's got, like, the cape. It's got the dagger things. A dagger dress. Now this. The rest is just recolors. And this was a farmer outfit. So yeah, we've had 4 outfits and then the comedy one that everyone has. Where's the beach outfit? I need him in his swimming trunks. Or would he have a banana hammock? I think the slimmer design also fits him better. Considering he's very dodgy and twirly. I needed to check if I could change Sion's hair.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
I don't know.
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Why do they feel the need to give a maiden's dress a open back and an open chest? Oh boy, a boss fight!
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's listen to lore. I don't think we've had any fashion point in here, so going backwards is going to be annoying. Save. He has a feathered headpiece, so I would guess we can change her hair back. Yeah. Have we always had a braided ponytail version? Yes, it's without the tiara. Where did all of her hair go? She can't fit all that in there. I mean, she also can't fit it into whatever the, this braid is meant to be. She has way more hair than that. Yeah, this braid I don't think really suits her head. Plus it may break the outfit a bit. So give her back her ponytail. You still have yet to get, like, dyes for hair. It's really strange. I suppose now for the charging of the heal, we can start it as we're doing our burning edge, because it should go off by the time we shot it.
Volron! He really was still alive.
Got a whole... Oh, no.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
No, just destroy him. Use the flaming board. Flaming bird? Burning edge.
And the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
Just grab it. Use telekinesis.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
It's a Spider Queen. She's a goat. She's the devil. Oh no, she's hot.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't... Are they even people?
But they have cake.
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They got that red and gold design going on with the other things. Kind of reminds me of the demon forms from Digital Devil Saga.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well...
We still have that mode, so that's fine. Now you can do your new thing, revitalize. Yeah, 48. I did my maths correctly.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Try this. It's too much.
Double Demon Fang!
Here! Let me help shine!
Incineration Wave! Demon Fang!
It's nice that they're just standing in the area for me to do my thing. They're just in a line and just hit them all. If for some reason it's doing my burning edge when I don't need to. Can you do the spell I'm telling you? She's saying resurrection when she's using revitalize. It was a very quick fight. Also, my poor CP. That one fight I used like 400 because of revitalize.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Gonna pull a freezer and blow up the place.
Energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Anybody got a step ladder?
Who said you could touch that?
Me. Just grab it.
He's awake!
Why are we waiting? Just grab it.
Should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Take the Renaissance armor.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
Take the Renaissance armor. It's just floating there. Just take it.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think?
Well, you lost your chance.
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
You gonna grab the Renaissance armor? You said it's the one thing you needed.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
I thought that was obvious. Grab the Renaissance.
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
G's not dead.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
You lost your chance. You had like 2 minutes of conversations. But you got yourself to blame. You could have easily grabbed it. And then stabbed her.
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
He's just gonna not break out of his chains. He broke out of one. He's gonna run and jump in heels. Easily clear a 30-foot gap.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Alright.
Let's go.
Have fun being stretched out on that rack.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Batman.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
You could have grabbed it.
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Yes.
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting
20,000
Voron to
experience.
actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Voron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalie? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Back toward the Foul Knights. Can I fast travel? No. So I'm curious as to what the stars for this would do. Decrease tasking time? Because if it just fully heals us, it can't get any more healing. I would assume it's casting time, but we won't ever be able to tell because we can't see its stats. It doesn't tell me in here it takes 5 seconds to cast it. Whereas I'm pretty sure they did in some of the other Tales games. Even any items. Morning, German. Perfect timing. Nothing happening. Just in the menu. Oh yeah, I got a SP. More health consumed. That's its distance. I guess that still works, but we'll go for faster charge. I didn't wreck a tent scene. Yeah, you're very close to, because we just had a climax of a chapter. I'm learning. Kind of got a fire and ice thing going on with his swords. I wish the Burning Blade had different variants, like it got thicker, it had a better handle. Or a crossguard. It's like have it upgrade as we go through the chapters. Thank you for the 5-month resub, German. Again, it's making me run when I shouldn't really need to have to run for all of this again. I guess it's to have this sort of downtime between fights, but kind of breaks the flow of it. I'll use one of those because they'll probably give me full tier here.
Go no further! All the power of my healing arts to
How
accomplish
dare.
this. You won't bow at night, then you leave me no choice.
There we go.
Flaming pillar, fire!
I should hopefully hit everyone and just kill them. Nope. Did hit them all.
You're mine! Watch this! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in
How
it
did-
right and
Why did
shining.
they give me 3 dog tags? What? I guess I just got very lucky that time. The drop rate is just so weird.
Incineration wave! My turn! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Just getting started! Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up!
Now I'm real mad!
Searing Gale! Next, my turn!
How dare.
Can't end here!
Don't leave me!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
I'll crush you!
23,000 damage? Yeah, sounds good to me.
Reflexes! Tenebrous!
I can use more HP in charging it now, so that'll be the reason why.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! I'm not done! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Go away! You're finished! Double Demon Fang! Come on! This one's all mine! Crumble! Strike! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Don't push yourself too hard.
Ooh, I got 2 procs of more ore. 3. All of the ore. Alright, before we go out of there, there's probably going to be some more conversations, but it's about time to go make some lunch, so I shall be right back. I have returned. There's no wolves in this room. Ah, it's the room next.
Armor won't save you!
Try hard! My turn! Double Demon Fang!
I'll finish you here and now!
Incineration wave!
How dare.
Can't move!
Was it, how much damage was that? 38k? Need to change back to normal tactics.
Explosive ring! Double Demon Fang!
Fang Bolero!
Incineration wave!
I'll stop its charge!
Demon flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Watch this!
Double Demon Fang! No escape! Demon Fang!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it! Will this help?
Do it! Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Don't push yourself too hard.
Only 1? Wow, how did I not get a score from that battle? I guess because I died.
An opponent like this should be easy. Incineration wave! No escape! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Burn!
Arctic Waterfall!
How dare.
Can't end here! You're mine! Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Claw! Devastation! Rising Falcon! Strike! Lightning Thrust! Rising Falcon! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
So much wind and lightning.
We won.
Is there riots going on outside? Or dark?
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
He's awake.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Also, why is she calling us
filled
Doe?
me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegus right now?
Me! I'm the
Lenegus wouldn't
Sovereign!
have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Does the TV work?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. hope that you'll lend me your strength. For if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
You turn the lights on.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
But she wants to kill him.
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
A council.
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after
A
all
college
these
of
years,
bards.
I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death. To see a future.
Good, because you're going to be jettisoned out of the airlock. You can see it from outside.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
We'll just teleport there.
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Is this for Dohalim? The Renan leader. Like, he gets so much stuff for healing, even though they're putting Shion as the actual healer. He has 2 different skills to improve healing arts now.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
You did nothing wrong, Will.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master, that's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
No.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters.
Kill it if you
my brother
must.
could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
So many skits.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Are you sure? Can we fast travel? No! I wanted to go to the arena. It's you, the Grand Champion!
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I require your greatest happy bottles. Half my money gone. Got so many lemons. Can't make the crest that she wants. Have I made shortcake? I don't know. Why is it now a black screen and not a white screen? It was a white screen before when I rested here. Rinbad is like Sinbad. Except everybody hates Rinbad. Never gonna mention why a Danon is wearing Renin clothing. Still healing people. There's just no more fires. You missed too much to ask questions? You'd be here all day? Maybe. I could truncate it. Oh, still fires. They're gonna break down the barriers. Break down the wall! Oh, it's the fan. Yep, I'm stuck. Still can't go to that damaged area. Oh, it's this bitch. I don't know why I didn't show that I've already spoken to her. City 17. We never told that lady that the that corridor was safe, even though we said we were. Same as before. That's the other fanboy. Nobody stole my ship. Don't call it that, it's the Excalibur. Where's our chairs?
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegus, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegus.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
No. Side quests. Money.
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
They're sucking me dry! I could take on 5 women at once. Okay, it's more than 5. I can't take on that many. I know my limits. Flashbang!
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
But I was gonna go to the arena.
Bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Anime. Oh, Renner's Hollow? A big ass flower. The Myconoids are coming.
A flower blooming out of Retta?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
It's Jenova!
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
Every rose has its thorns.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
A space whale. It's gonna push us forward.
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
If they wanted us to die, they could have just teleported us near or inside of a star. Unless there's a range on their teleport. Another space station. It really feels like they wanted to make a Star Ocean game and not a Tales of game.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Yes.
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
More walking and more talking.
What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on! How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
What a fucking bitch.
It's called experiencing experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
What a selfish bitch.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
No, Rinwell's on the wrong. Kick her out. Where's an airlock?
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
What's the deal with airline food?
I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Who's a wise
Someone from
guy?
to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you?
Made tons of
Notice
progress.
something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Secrets? No. Sure, at low level. Why'd you give me the option? Like, they have these huge open spaces with places to explore, but nothing in them.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
A red woman.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
Then teleport us into the sun.
Serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. a change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Sounds doable. Time to kill God.
Did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Ah, so do it or die.
Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
So pretty much is a very similar story to Symphonia, where one planet feeds on the other.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy.
The life
That being
force.
said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renins? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renins once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
There could be representatives from other species, from different planets. Space! I'm in space! 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 In space. I think in space. Might be in space. There was no point to this floor. Fast travel point. Ah, this is the exact same room as in the Forbidden Zone. So the Renans were given technology by the Helganquil. People.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
They're wearing black instead of white. It's yin and yang.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back.
The voice
We've
actor's
all
changed.
agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Look at this. Not really.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Space!
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Your Lenigans.
I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Kind of reminds me of the Abels and Cains from Harvestella. So, is the reason Renners can use Dark Astral Arcs because they have Helganquil interference?
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
There's so many bots today. I think it's a 6-1.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
They seem alright with Dana being absorbed by Rena. Which I guess... They're not indoctrinated, though. It's strange their viewpoint on all of this.
This is great.
It's strange they've given me somewhere to sleep here. Okay, I can just heal people. We'll lose some treasure due to your inventory and a wallet being full. Oh! I think this is the first time I've actually had this be a case of somebody healing and not giving me a full reward. Two bottles. I guess that's why they gave me a sleep point, so I can get my CP back for them.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hell-bent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
Ah!
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Such a long conversation. Where did all these people come from? Did the Renans or Lenegis lose control of their Zeugles? You mean lose? Why is the plague of the double O in lose going into video game dialogue? I am disappointed. Do I have to talk to Rinbad?
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Circular areas? Why is this place just randomly got populated? Where did they all come from?
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memory started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
How dare.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about.
Ian, you're the strongest.
All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Simple is as simple does. They're just gonna ditch Lanigus.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shionne. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenigus or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenigus or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenigus might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
No.
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
Then it goes to
What are your
Kasara
thoughts,
with the biggest
Alvin?
ass.
I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
It has a humanoid form that we can fight.
Our minds are made up.
Or skits!
Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So much yapping!
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
So much yapping. Central. So did the upper level have any point to be there?
Do you have your answer for me?
We
No.
want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the great spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma.
If only we touched it.
You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
We could just use the maiden room instead.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
You didn't say variably.
Kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegus.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
Wouldn't need to get it if we grabbed it.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
The truth! You can't handle the truth!
35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
I'll just shoot it into space. Alright, no follow-up questions for Mr. Hevrek. Who are you? Sleepy sleep again. Get the 50 CP back. It's strange how there's only one use of a map action here.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara.
Yes, already.
I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Just make out already. No. Skip. Leave. Run away. Save yourself.
Why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
No.
Apologize?
She needs to.
For what?
Putting up with you.
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you You really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... Well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Flee! Save yourself! How dare they try and force a romance between those two? Disgusting.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
Now the proper romance.
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
Just use your maiden powers to keep it at bay for a second.
Don't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
No, do it now.
Yeah. Okay.
Just kiss with the space in the background, it'll be fine. He's already suppressed it once.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only to send down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
The metaphor!
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrecht 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrecht 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
What about Dana? I need to go to Rena.
Should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Yeah, it'd be fine.
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
It's Vulcan.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand.
Sion had nothing to say.
Time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Stop calling it that! It's the Excalibur. I have no choice to go back to Dana. Goodbye, Arena.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Anime. Look at all that milkshake. I drink it. I drank it up. Well, at least that happened when nobody was speaking. Hello, Yuzi.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, The entire ocean is... that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
You're under arrest.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Total eclipse.
So this is Rena.
Special owls?
This is where everything began.
We're back in Dana.
Yet
I can
it's
go
a
back.
dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
My god, there's so many skits! We had almost like 3 hours of talking.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
Yes.
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Another one.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
So you mean punch it until we can put it into a box?
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, Astral Art users. mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands.
Good with my hands.
Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are
You're a
used to help
terrible
people.
case,
Where that's
Rinwell.
the norm
Nobody
rather
wants to
than
be
the
like you.
exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell.
No, she's not.
Why wait for somebody else?
Don't
We
patronize her.
can show them ourselves.
Kick her into the hollowing. She can test the whole swimming hypothesis. Yep, I can go back. And there's quests! There's also a quest back on Dake Faceout. Why? Time for all of the side quests in.
Familiar territory.
This isn't familiar territory. Oh, for God's sake!
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
No.
Not... hugely? Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
Punch the owl in the face.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle.
Attack back. It's a monster.
Seriously, what the hell?
Rip its wings off. And kill Rinwell with them. So many skits.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegus.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
They're monsters, just like
What
you.
do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
You mean the Ganko did it?
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Yes. Uh-huh. What do you need? Zeugle parts?
Yes.
Yes.
Excuse me!
Hey!
Really now?
Rena.
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Of course, he wants me to just fight some things.
Dohalim, the line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Shut up, Runwell. Work from the front and make our way forwards. Hey, it's Doc! He's still not gone over to wherever he said he was going to go to. Kenneth Harris?
We finally made it.
Hey.
Yes.
Just great.
How's this?
Got it.
Hey.
Red?
All right.
I mean, I could just give him, like, 80 of my lemons.
I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head's spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know. I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. He'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Shion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
No regrets.
Ahem.
It's getting steamy in here.
Welcome back, Law.
How's this?
Before I go do some more of these, training grounds. Give me my herbs. And my spices.
Finally. If only we... flown with the wind to get here.
Another skit!
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either.
You might have been.
Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
That's just the way it is.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising in Calaglia, the crown contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time. The fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just...
I do think about things, you know.
Oh, you can skip
What
through
do you
these.
take me for exactly?
Honestly? I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
How dare.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Backhanded compliment.
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Why is everyone just insulting him? Ah!
Hey, Kisara. What's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
I just want to kill people.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation.
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicente was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
What a title.
I'd like to see someone try to impress...
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his...
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Alright, no more skits. Ooh, major cash for 2 platinum. I'm good. 10 astral flowers. Isn't one of those 10 CP? Or does that mean I'll get 10 CP? Also, level 99. Jesus. Fucking... Because if that is 10 CP, that'll give me an extra 100. Which makes sense why it's level 99. I feel like it meant to be 100.
We're cleaning house. Let me take the rest of them.
Well,
As
that was
impressive
very
as always.
lively.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually...
In an instant! Impact clock! My turn! Rising Falcon! Demon Fang! I'm not done! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Do it! Shion!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
line.
Want me to pick up your slack then? Just pointing it out. You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Give me a better line here. Lore. I bet that's gonna take my health as well and not refund it to me. Yep, it took my health and didn't refund it. For fuck's sake. See what Sissa does now. 19k to him, and they're defensive based, so hard to really tell.
Easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Do it! Blow them away!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Incineration wave! You
should have messed with me.
Need a faster charge to really get it off a lot easier, which is going to be his next ability, I'm pretty sure. Okay, 10 seconds quicker. Is that higher solos? No.
Bring the home stretch, guys.
What'd she say?
This one's gonna be
That
tough.
focus goes double for
All of them dead?
Me? How come I get singled out? Do it!
In an instant! Impact block!
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
I'm on a roll now. The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see that.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Struck! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Try harder! Not a chance! Double Demon Fang! Rising Fountain! Double Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
I feel like me. I'll smash you!
Take it.
Dragon
Shell.
I'm on it! Double Demon Fang! Show it to me! Xion!
Get toasty.
Burn Strike!
Hear my call.
Incineration Wave!
You in air.
My turn! Driven Storm! Double Demon Fang!
I asked you for Revitalize, not that.
You're really, really strong, Alphen.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around.
I'll crush you!
Goes over and crit, holy shit.
Lightning
Eh.
reflexes!
That's against Hornets.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing
It also keeps resetting her charge like that.
Try harder! Try harder! Demon Fang! I can't lay a finger on it. In an instant! Impact block! Not a chance! Double Demon Fang! Whirling snap! Incinerate!
That was 46 on him, and he's a defensive one.
Why'd you heal me?
to stop you dying.
Right.
Double Demon Fang! Now I can't get out of this! Do it! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Thank you for the herbs. I'll be back at some point. I'll be back at 55, 56. Oh, what's that? Elemental attack for Alphen? You shouldn't have. If there's 6 owls, there's only 4
Looks like we made it.
zones, isn't there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5, so I don't know what is the second area where the Danon Owl would be. Also, why is there now a blue thing here?
Hey, Alphen, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Unless I just missed those eggs, or they're just now a new spawn, I don't know.
I wonder if something happened.
Yeah.
Hey.
Also, since we're getting penetration with those herbs, it's also increasing our crit rate.
Yeah.
Just great.
I guess... Thanks.
What does Nath want?
Huh? Well...
Oh, is it behind the rock?
All right.
I guess. Got it.
Yeah, I was about to say, just gonna have him fight it one-on-one, that's gonna be terrible. Let's see if the shops have got anything new.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof.
Nope.
Over our heads.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Oh, it's gonna be fun finding this owl.
Back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
This owl could be anywhere unless it's gonna be behind the rock wall.
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle in that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter?
Punch it down. 56.
Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really?
Just that strong. Now, let's get happy. Then have me kill it in a few charges, depending on what level it is.
Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
Think we can take that thing?
No way.
Hello! 53? It'll be fine. 255k. I did 10 for myself.
I'll show you how useful I can be. An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
How dare.
Don't give up. I'm going to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish it. Fires this half. Here's the healing art. First. Rise and shine.
Incineration wave.
Yep, she got it in before she died.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Sleep now.
Double demon fang.
Death blossom. Back into the fray.
Incineration wave.
It's weakened.
See what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Double demon
If it's
fang.
in the sky, it's mine.
Incineration. Burn in hell.
Show you what my art can
Now
do.
you see what I can
Rise and
do.
shine. Resurrection.
Double demon fang.
Tempest. Outstanding form.
Incineration wave.
Rinwell, light burst forth.
Radiant citizen. I'm going to need to use all
Darkness.
the power of my healing art to accomplish this.
In a vine.
Resurrection.
Now I can let loose.
Show you what my art can do.
Here comes something big.
Try to die.
Oh, he got his defense up as well.
I do.
Demon fang. Try harder. Not a chance.
Gonna do like 60 damage, Jesus.
I never miss.
Try harder. Not a chance. Try harder. Not a chance. No.
I guess you just gotta wait for that to end.
In a vine.
Double demon fang.
Hopefully he reorganizes to him. Yeah, he did.
I can carve through armor.
Incineration wave.
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Incineration wave.
Let you all down.
You'll pay for that.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right. Burn in hell. Demon fang. Double demon.
Now or never.
Incineration wave.
Not done yet.
Okay.
So fine, nothing wrong. Can't get out of this.
I owe you one.
Enemy is going all out.
I'm just getting
It's gonna attack.
Right, watch out. Confiscated.
Hey, you just can't steal its spells when it does that.
No. Try harder. Not a
What
chance.
would I do without art required?
My
Please
turn.
focus. Down.
Take this. Try harder.
Now or never.
Try harder. My turn.
I can carve through armor.
That'll bring you down.
Double
I owe you,
demon fang.
Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Not today. Demon fang.
Hey, great Chills did a lot.
Double demon fang.
Between heaven and earth.
Incineration wave.
Oh, it's gone defensive mode again.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Got it.
Demon fang.
Now's our chance.
Double demon fang.
This should be the thing to end it.
Incineration wave.
Smash you.
Demon fang.
Rinwell, light burst forth.
Radiant citizen.
This is a very defensive boy.
Huh? fire doing in a place like this?
How did it not burn?
I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to guard it. Still, somebody must have left it for some...
Squiggles.
Law. Huh? What's up?
Something up?
It's from my old man. My dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
In any case, I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique, an unwavering spirit, and most of all, friends that you can count on. If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you. As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself. Whether you'll live in a world where blood will no longer be spilled between Dahnans and Renans, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, you'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring. Know this. Whatever you think of me and what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
Is he gonna get his ultimate fists? Fists of Justice of the North Star? Yeah, 1 Astral Flower is 10 CP, so level 99 gives us 100, I guess. There's a whole lot of experience for how high it was. CB Restoration. Nothing else back here? It was just for an enemy. Alright, so it's not even where the owl is, but it's somewhere else here. Let's just keep running until the owl pops up again. There's not really a whole lot more I can do to improve Alfred's damage. Oh, there's a map action here. Because there's plants? Does that mean there's map actions in previous areas now? So I don't think this was here before. Oh, well, there it is. Vest of Secrets.
We got some good.
What do we get from the boss anyway? Something else besides that.
Equipment.
I can't
That's a new noise.
say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Look, Hoodle! One of your buddies!
So what's that new artifact? It's from Katamari Damacy. Na. Carry over records. That's New Game Plus. Yeah. That doesn't help me. My leg!
Guess I misread the landing.
Always good to be back in familiar territory. Hey.
I think that I was meant to represent Zephyr. I didn't really pay much attention to how it looked, to be honest. I've kind of just blocked out the owls in my mind.
Hey. I guess. No way. Damn. Whew. All right. This is. Thanks.
Is any good though? Ooh, new weapons. They might be his ultimate ones. More awakening. Strong more boost gauge. Hey there, it's what he had on his arm, so this is Zephyr's weapon. Parental Love. Increase defense, enemy defense, and resistance by 20%. So basically, it's a defensive ring. It's a good boost, though. Sure. I mean, I don't really think this is doing much. Just on its own, so yeah, we'll give him his father's ring. More titles for you. The lights. And I need to deepen my bonds. And go to a campfire. Need to recover CP anyway.
We finally made it.
New weapons? Yes, a lot of new weapons. Damn, 200 extra? That looks like it's gonna be his ultimate weapon. Somehow, the like combination of two different parts. Yeah, it also uses the iron pipes. That is his ultimate weapon. Ooh, that looks fancy. Kind of meh. That's also kind of meh. There's also none for fire. But I guess that's the one that the librarian wants to look at.
Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
I was gonna say, it has that blue sash, but that was pretty much it.
I love how much amazing food we get to eat even when we're out on the road.
Me too. Especially compared to what I used to have when I was still a slave. This is paradise.
It's amazing what good food can do to keep your hopes up. Nagal used to say all the time that the power of food is subtle, yet profound.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? For whatever reason, I find I don't worry nearly as much when I've got a full stomach helping me out.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
She's right. You always leave food that you don't like on your plate when you're done.
Come on, what's the big deal?
Back in the day, I couldn't think about leaving any food. It was such a waste not to eat at all. You needed every last scrap of energy.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much to eat, we all did what we could to make it taste good and enjoy what we had.
That definitely explains a lot about why you cook the way you do, Kisara.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like. You must be used to food being handed to you on a silver platter.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy away from that at all.
Although, there was one experience that does come to mind.
Oh?
When I first learned that the food I ate originally came from animals and fish, I was rather taken aback.
You just ate whatever was in front of you without even thinking about it?
That's a silver spoon elite for you.
Your cooking has really improved, Shion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun. I'm glad everyone seems to enjoy what I make too.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run really low. What's up with that?
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares and how much food actually gets served. Curious. Very curious indeed.
She burns
I
it.
don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on, I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
Ahem. I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Shion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares it. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious, actually.
Wait a sec, are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing. Shion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy. But I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
What's on the menu? Probably this, if I'm going to be fighting things that have a lot of health. Very well, it's definitely not what make it. Look at all these conversations.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey.
What is it?
Do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
A baby.
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner? Oh, dinner! Yes! Yes, of course! Dinner! Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
Is it for porridge?
This is... Wait. Is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Shion.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone like this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished, we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after night.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
You sure?
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
You're gonna get married. What a strong bond.
I think it's time we go to sleep.
Is that achievement telling me I've got the title? I'm pretty sure their first dish was porridge, wasn't it? Explosive charge. Oh, Master Art.
Did you get enough sleep?
I don't think that was it. I guess maybe all of them? Yep, that's a new second variant for 5+. Alright. We have so many more places to go. Some owls to hunt down. That might be representing people. The whole Zephyr one kind of flew over my head. I think that'll be it for today. The weather's getting hotter and hotter. I feel like wanting to have a breeze for the house. But, gonna have quite a bit to go through for this. So we go to the activity records. We got a lot of these things to still do, but I feel like the temples are still further in. They might be post-game or just before boss fight. Oh, a new recipe. So, if we do have the... Are they devil arms? I can't remember. But it's basically the ultimate weapons that normally you only do in New Game Plus. Might still be a New Game Plus thing in this game. It's whether that's at the top. Whatever. So I could do some of this late game content, I guess. Being out of this coming Tuesday. Don't know if I'm going to be able to get through it all, because I probably still need to go through the different fishing spots. I didn't get any more lures, so I might need to focus on the battle gauge accessories to do Kisara's intro and Dolium's intro. I think they both still need to do theirs. But it'll be easier to do their novice ones as well to get those titles. Before we go into the afternoon to evening with Baldur's Gate 1 with Arisen. I'll also be able to do another arena at half an hour from now. And then next Thursday, I don't know how much more we got the game. We were close to 60 hours. I don't know if there's going to be much on Rena to do, since the last 6 hours are on Dana. But the next stream should be this coming Saturday. We go back to the Final Fantasy D20 Pathfinder camp. So, I shall thank everybody for watching, and if I don't see you any of those days, I shall see you all next time.